Welcome in. Another stream today. Just give it a second to load. Yeah, we're back. I wanted to do a stream these past few days, but today is the day. Anyways, as always, we're back on the house. We're gonna be working on it. I feel like I'm making progress really slowly, and for a house for such a big scope, it's gonna take a while to finish this. So we might have to pivot on a few things because I just keep thinking of more and more ideas that would be really cool. But what we have to do here, we have to make the minimum possible playable house. Of course, like without any major bugs, or like if we foresee like a major change, then we could at least have that, so we don't get like too much sunk cost. Anyways, yeah, we need to get the minimum working house before we can release this. Oh, I just realized my camera is there's a light shining into it. Okay, I think that there's not much of a difference. Anyways, yeah, so we got to evaluate a few things. A lot of the ideas are still in my head. I haven't actually said them aloud on stream, but I want to minimize the scope of this housing so we can get this out sooner. Hopefully, it'd be nice to get a playable game like before the end of the month, which would be crazy. That's only 6 more days, but I did come up with this really cool thing. Apparently, you can get custom GUIs in housing. Crazy stuff. Like, even if I click the buttons, it runs actions. So yeah, pretty neat stuff. Might be taking advantage of that, but probably not much, because these are actually a little bit nerfed in housing. But you can get some cool stuff. I'll actually show in a single player world what I've been working on right here. This will be like a custom GUI. I'm gonna change the colors up a little bit, but yeah, we'll use this as they join the house, and then they could click. This will make it so they don't have to type in the URL. They can just click it and click yes, and it'll open it in their browser. Anyways, let's get to working on the house. I have a few ideas for today. I'm gonna open up Chrome real quick. A new instance of Chrome. Also, I'm gonna grab my phone in a moment here so I could read the stream chat. Okay. Let me grab my phone real quick. It's down here as well. We got 5%. Brilliant. Okay. I'm just gonna... This is why I'm too lazy, or this is why all my... Oops, that was the lamp. This is why all my phone chargers are broken, because I'm too lazy to go and actually unplug them. Unplug them from the very opposite end. Anyways, if I can get this charging, we'll get this stream chat open. Yes, that is my phone. And then we'll get to cooking. I have a few ideas of what to do today. Okay, it's only on 3%, so I'm gonna check that periodically. Okay, let's get back in here. Anyways, I already have VS Code open. This can be closed out. Anyways, let's get to cooking. So, the first thing I wanted to do was add a command queue. actually before that, I was working on this right here, blueprint. So of course in the house, we want to have, let me just teleport to it real quick. We want to have the player be able to look at a blank tile and then of course spawn in a new building if they want to. So to do that, we're going to have storage of buildings underneath the map down here. And we need a way to represent those in code and have the game actually be able to reference those buildings, have the bot be able to teleport them, do //copy/paste. Okay, looks like my phone died. I'm actually gonna get a charger for it real quick, just to make sure I can read the chat. I'm gonna go get right back to that. This will only take a second. Okay, we're back. I got a proper charger for my phone, so let's see, it's already charged up. It's already back up. So now we'll be able to read the stream chat. Anyways, right, where were we? We want a way to represent those builds under the map, the storage and code. So here's what I came up with so far. We'll have a blueprint. AABB is just 2 coordinates, and then an ID and name for it. So that's what we're working on. Let's sign into Copilot real quick. Sorry, I should be doing this stuff before the stream. Let me... One second. Okay. We're good. Bring it back. Alright, so let's just have a crack at this with my microphone cable. Anyways, here we go. Let's add a constructor. Pretty basic stuff. Okay, now we gotta work on commands. Actually, okay, structure will just have a blueprint, an array of them. Okay. Right, now I already have the code for this, so now the tricky part is actually finding that code. Let's look in this folder. And okay, that one doesn't have, I have the code somewhere. It uses chat triggers, so it's a little bit different, but Okay, this has chat triggers. Oh, here. Oh, we found it. Okay. Housing library. Okay, this is all the code. I'm just gonna copy this folder into our project, because this has pretty close to what we want. So I'm gonna right click and say commands. Okay. Good. Backend source commands. Okay, we want to actually bring this out. I'm pretty sure we can delete these. Yeah. Okay, and we can delete this folder. Alright, let's take a look at what we have here. I coded this last year, so it's gonna be... I might forget a few things. Housing library. Essentially, a lot of this we don't need because it's just very... This is nice to have. This is a list of all the blocks mapping their name, ID, and the meta. So that will be really helpful. And we have all these down here. Block name to specifier. So housing block specifier is just let's see, where are we getting this? Where are you getting this type? Housing block specifier type. It's basically an ID with a meta number or just an ID. Okay. Housing player, we don't need that. Index style copy. Okay, so this was some testing I was doing with GUIs. I was getting the bot to navigate through GUIs. I don't think we'll need the bot to use GUIs for this house, so don't have to worry about that either. And okay, here's the code to get the right. Okay, here's code in chat triggers to get my Housematica program working. And this generated QR codes. So this we also don't need, but this is kind of the syntax we're looking for here. Is we can await commands, so or we could just queue them up. And then we had a burst, ability to burst the commands. And see, I had a way to bound the coordinates. That would be nice to keep. And then transform coordinates, center coordinates. These are all very nice things to have. We should probably add these to down to vec3. Or you can make a coordinates class that inherits from vec3, or just a whole new coordinates class. I don't know. Let's just do that real quick. I'm gonna make a class, or let's just combine it all into vec3 because, you know, it's basically the same thing. I'm gonna keep it stuff simple for now. Right. Vec3. Okay, we already have add, which is basically transform. We just don't have center, so. Center on block, which is just bringing +5 to the x and y. Okay. So here's some code from index we just cut out. We can also bound the coordinate. So let's do that. Let's add a bound to vec3. Bounds. We want a bound method. So this basically will turn a new vector, get the maximum of the minimum, or okay, this bounds the x coordinate by doing min whatever's smaller, the max x or the okay, that bounds the max x, and then this bounds the min x, and then does that for the rest, I think. We could also have an inbounds method. Let's just add it when we actually use it. I do know we'll need to use a few of these. Okay, get nth comma position. We don't need these things because yeah. And then this would be nice to keep. This is if it gets kicked from the house for some reason for spam, it will rejoin the house. So I'm gonna just comment this out for now. Ugh, I don't know why I yawn so much while I stream. I don't know. So weird. And we have this can be commented as well. This can be commented. Okay, all of this stuff get schematic. We can remove world.getBlockAt. Actually, I'm just gonna have it commented out for now. But the QR thing we can remove, that's for sure. I had it generate a QR code, which is really cool. We can remove these commands, which was, I think everything above this was just for generating builds. Yeah, send random world, build random world. This here is an example of how we use the command queue, which is really what we're trying to get to here. Let's see, this is a WebSocket handler, message handler. Yeah, we don't need any of this. Can be all cut out. Cut that out, cut that out. Cut out that. Cut out all of this. This. And those we can keep. I'll cut out WebSocket. Boom. Main loop. Boom. Okay. We really cut this down a lot. We can delete this jar file because we're not doing this within Minecraft. We can delete this. We can delete housing player. We can delete... No, we're keeping housing block. We can delete housing. The housing class. I think. Shoot. Let's just keep it for now. It's not much, but use this command WTF map. Command queue, we want to keep. See, this was something... I don't think I coded this. Yeah. Someone else coded this. They made it so whenever the last command got... I don't know how they did it, but it's kind of confusing. Instead of using a loop, they did a different way. Yeah, I'll comment that out for now, because I eventually did build a different command queue. This I did not code. qrcode.js. It looks advanced anyways. I mean, this is all math and bit stuff. Regex master? Regex matcher. This is something we do want to keep, for sure. Okay, result listener. This is important as well. Stats. You might want to change this to variables, because this is back when they were called stats. Of course, yeah, we definitely will. And then team. We're not doing that. Okay, WebSocket. This was just a wrapper around the WebSocket. We can delete that. Trimming this down pretty good. GUI, we do not need. Of course, if we ever do need a scaffold off of that later, we can just bring it back. Actions. Yes, this was gonna be... I was writing a library to like interface with housing. Anyways, this is all what we need here, the commands. So let's get working so we can have an easy command syntax with a queue. Command operation. I don't know why I abstracted so much stuff here. I don't think it's necessary. Command operation extended result listener. I guess the result listener is like anytime the bot did an action, it listens back for the result. I don't know, I wrote this like more than a year ago. So anyways, this is really the meat we're going for here. Command queue. So we need to step every tick. In bot.ts. Using Mindflayer, I think there's a way to probably tick. If not, we could probably use a set interval. Mindflayer, every tick. Let's search how to do this. Bot on physics stick. We need every in physics artist. let's just check the mind flayer documentation. Basically, it's like on every tick somehow. Some of these mind flayer projects are really cool. It looks like they have a website now. Guide. They got articles on this using AI images. All on May 9th. I don't know if this is owned by Mindflayer. I don't know. Okay, this looks like what we need. Regardless of the given physics tick speed of it. This looks like it might be what we need. But if it's not using physics, then I don't know. And of course all of this can be deleted. I had to do some weird stuff with JavaScript promises. I like add this here. Chat trigger is so difficult to use. Anyways, we can delete all of this here. Boom. Commands, we can even bring up source for commands. So we can bring them all. We can bring all this up as well. I should probably do this within VS Code. Anyways. Okay, now we can delete this and source. Okay, we're really trimming stuff down here, which is good. It'll simplify things a lot. Let's just say and start setup events. We put a while loop. This start loop. Let's make an oh, I was muted, my bad. What I'm doing, I'm just doing a while loop right here. And then we're gonna say bot.wait for ticks. Sure, let's just do 1 second. A second has passed. Alright, this .bot.wait for ticks. Okay, let's see if this works. Actually, it might be. We might want to look into this method, see how it works. Wait for ticks. We're already looking at this post. Let's look in the code. I'll have to sign in. That's a shame. Probably because bots scrape code and stuff. Wait for ticks. I think we can just find it if we just look through it here. Event emitter. Oh, let's look at examples. Mind Flayer create. Okay, lib loader. Here we go. So there's the create bot function. Bot is an event emitter. Where are we getting events is the question. I have no idea. Event emitter. Mind Flayer code is really updated from... Ah, here we go. I'm pretty sure it's outdated. I think if we look in Prismarine physics. Oh, that is not much good. They also have Vector 3 and AABB. Yeah, they got a whole physics thing for Mind Flayer. Pretty neat. Is it referencing itself as a dependency? How does that work? Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Mind Flayer code is too hard to look through. I thought that we'd be able to find it, but loader, documentation's so confusing for Mind Flayer. Let me just search every tick and issues and see. Mine, flare, run every tick. It's saying use physic tick, but I think that's for physics. This is a really old issue. I don't know. I think we'll just use what we'll just use this here, bot on physics tick. We'll add that as an event here too, as well. Bot on physic tick. Just log it. Prepare to be spammed. Just kidding. Bot wait for ticks is not a function. Okay. Weird, because it's supposed to be. We'll just comment that out for now. Okay, we're getting physics ticks. 20 per second. So let's just use that then. Let's use the physic tick to tick our command handler. So right here we want to be like, we want to tick the command queue, which is this class. So just grab ourselves this bad boy. Import it from, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. But command queue doesn't have a step function. We're just gonna call the tick method on it, because that's what we're doing with the tick, with the step function here. But we already have this. Okay. Cooldown does not exist. Oh, that's probably right. Well, no, because we're supposed to have an individual cooldown. Wait, no, these are supposed to be... Cooldown's supposed to be static, I think. On all of these. Did you mean to access the static member code? I don't know how it's supposed to cool down. If I said next.constructor.cooldown, no. Actually, I don't remember how I did that. I think I just made I think for cooldown, I just made a object out here called cooldown. And this is you could even have a cooldown, command cooldown type. Oh, which we already do actually. Last executed and read-only time. Good. Yeah, this is correct. This is how we wanted to do it. And then this would just be set to cooldown. Now they all share the same cooldown. So this doesn't have to be static. Oh, also we need to, right there, we need to tell the bot to run the command, but. Okay. We also say, let's see, where's our commands class? Here. We say .q here on the commands, but we don't want that, I don't think. We want to handle the queuing somewhere else, that's correct. We want to return command queue.q with the options. Oh. Yeah, queue the command with options. Okay, we want to do that for all of these. They can all just be inlined. That's wonderful. This will make the other class less bloated. And these are functions that return promises. Anyways. / housing block, we gotta fix some of these imports. We're gonna have errors here and there, but like right here. Result listener. This is fine to keep because our command operation inherits from that. Can remove that now. Listener resolver. Okay, we also need to remove this constructor, and we just need to bring our resolver into bot.ts. We need to tick the resolver before we tick the queue. And then we need to bring these events also on chat message right here. If is housing message starts with star. Okay, if it's I could simplify this because the only allowed user will ever be me. I didn't write this code. I got this code from LG. Okay. We want to say, right, we're doing this, the resolver. On chat message, GUI opened, we can remove that from the resolver because anything's related to a GUI can be removed. GUI open event. Technically, if it opens a GUI for the bot for any reason, we would want to close it. So maybe it would be nice to keep this. Wait. Let's search on Mindflayer. Promise-based API for GUI interaction. Yeah, like the window stuff. If it opens a window, we want to just close it. Or an inventory. You can't programmatically close. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We might want to add this later and just say if there's a listener for GUI open, we just want to say instantly close it, or we might want to log it to like Discord and then instantly close it. But yeah, we'll add those back if we need those. Okay, that's our resolver. Chat message event. So we wanted to tick the resolver, say on chat update with our message as a string. Like here. Perfect. Blacklisted phrases. I don't think we need to do that. Ooh, that's my Discord. Is there any reason we want to blacklist a phrase? Because I didn't add that. LG added that. I guess if a player tried to fake a packet, it might go through, but I don't think it would. Because it checks for the little star at the front, right here. Position tracker. That's right. If the player was... We wanted to be... Okay, I can delete this, but we wanted the housing position tracking, but also if the player was within the render distance of the bot, you can track it every tick instead of like every 4, so you'll get a little bit more accuracy. So we wanted to add that, but this is not how I was going to do it. So I'm just going to delete this, I think. Because this is not how I wanted to do it at all. To do when players are in bots render distance, or what's it called, simulation distance. We want to track on top or instead of using packets for better accuracy. Okay, just left a little note there. This can be commented out as well. We already have a wait function in utils. Good. Promise and set timeout. Yeah. And check the stream. Nice. That's 0 people. I can open my chat now though, in case anyone does join. Two people watching. That's weird. Okay. Got my chat open, but bot disconnected. Schedule reconnect. Yeah, we want implement exponential back off. Wonder what is like the default values for exponential back off. I guess there's, yeah, times by 2 is probably where you could do it. Anyways. Bot manager. So it sets an event listener for the resolver in the queue. Make sure to do in that order. Bot spawned. Bring him into housing. Visit. This would be a better way to do this. Could do that, and oh, we already have a window open here. So now we have it actually click that item. That we do not need to do that. This could all be simplified a lot though. Okay, is there a bot dot on click item? Where are we checking if for when it actually joins the house? Guess we aren't. That would probably be helpful to add. Oh wait. Yeah, I guess we aren't. Okay, here we are. So regex matcher, result listener. Can we add the cooldown like this for every single command? I guess if we do it like this, I think it... I don't think this creates a new object. I think these are all the same object. class member to all same object. No. TypeScript share object on class member. Okay, we not static because we need to access it. Like, there's probably a way to do it, but we need to access it in command Q. This one. We need to actually access it like that, but there's probably a way to do that. I don't know how, but because this is just a generic thing. Yeah, like this, but I wouldn't know how to actually get the class name there. Oh yeah, I could do a dependency injection. That's basically what we're doing, but or singleton. I think we're doing dependency injection. I don't know. Okay, let me just test this. If I make a class foo structure. No, you just create the object. I don't need to test that, I don't think. My question was, is this all the same object? I guess in TypeScript that might be different. It might be worth testing that. We'll just test that in here. We'll just say foo. This is an object. Bar set to bass. Sure. And if we create a new foo here and say foo dot foo. Okay, we want to test if this shows up in foo 2. This is basically what I'm testing here. Food console log that, and then I forgot how JavaScript works, which is sad. But Quux bass. Okay, but if we have this out here, say foo. Yeah, we get the same. Okay, I see how that works. Okay, I can't believe I had to test that and I didn't know how that worked. So we do need to extract these all into constants called cooldown. Edit stat has 1. Edit stat, we'll have to fix that too. For long strings, it'll be better to use edit stat. Add command result type, update cooldown for large operations. Yes. we want to have probably a dynamic command cooldown. Where it's like last executed, but also time. Also, time can be set. Instead of just being read only. I guess these probably like compile in TypeScript to the same. I don't know how it works. Some to do some error with this, I think that's crazy. Yeah, there's actually no cooldown for the fill when it's not. I think when there's no, when it's just like one block. Cooldown for housing name. 1 second, sure. Paste. Oh, does paste have a cooldown? I think it does. But we'll go through and find out what it is. Okay. I feel like this could be automated with Copilot. So way to open, oh yeah, like this. How do I open the chat? How do you open Copilot chat? No, not the inline one. Oh, I think I can do. No. Focus on chat view. Here we go. Let's try this. I haven't tried this. Wait, we want to add. When I say backend slash. Just kidding. Source slash commands. Oh, wait, that literally just. Okay, how do we add a folder? Add context. Files and folders. Backend slash source slash commands. I don't know. Cool down into an object. See if we said to will this work? Will this is taking longer than it would be for me to code it, but oh. It just deleted it. Oh, that's annoying. For each command in command section, simple cooldown to a shared option. If not already. I'm gonna copy this prompt in case it deletes it again. So when I say this, to cooldown, command cooldown, equals cooldown. Cooldown equals time 0. Okay, I'm gonna copy the prompt. Oh yeah, it just doesn't want to do it. That's nice. Music is NCS music. I guess it just doesn't have a language model. I don't know. I think it's broken right now. It was worth a shot, but it's definitely a faster way to do this. Let's cool down. View global stats. Oh, it'd be nice to have that and then have it be able to read multiple stats. That would be pretty good. Because I think with var read, I don't know why it's cutting off, but okay, why is this showing? I don't know. Anyways. Just delete that. Walls. Weather. 1 second cooldown. Where am I has 0 second cooldown. I think. Okay, let's replace these. Looks good. See, this would be a faster way to do it. Change all the files at once. Good. Okay, we still have a few errors. Housing block, that's right. Set also takes housing block. And so does replace. Okay, good. I think all of our commands are good, up to date. Now we need to I think I could delete this implementation. I don't remember how it worked, but oh yeah, whenever one resolved, it would just run the next one. But doing execute would do a delay or something. I don't know. I can delete this though. I didn't even code it. Command Q. This is what we need. We also want to group commands. So if we have like multiple commands, we can put them in a group and they all get run together. And then if we change the priority of a group, it just moves all the commands together. Then we would be able to prioritize different commands in the house. Like if something's just visual, a command to do something visual, we could have those have less priority. And then commands that are like important that need to be ran instantly could have the highest priority. We already have priority, but setup, I don't know if it's actually... Oh yeah, when it gets inserted, it finds the index. We have priority for individual commands, but we don't have grouping. So we need to add grouping, which I think we could just do with nested arrays and then flattening those when it... I don't know. We have priorities within the commands in the groups, maybe. I don't know. We'll worry about that later. Okay, house. We could make a static from world. And then return house or null. Do this when bot joins a world. We could do that whenever the bot joins world, and then we could check if the world's the house it's supposed to be in. Delete that. Can probably delete this now. Or at least comment it all out. Okay, entire files commented out. Save that. 2-2, rethink this class. I have the craziest comments. This is our resolver. Guess we're only really listening for chat messages though. At that point for our on chat update, like this doesn't even need to be a class. So you can keep it for now since it'll work. And we have all of our placeholders. Are we using this anywhere? If not, I'll just comment it. We're using it in stats. Okay, that's probably fine. We can just comment out that. We can just comment out both of them. Test placeholder. Can delete that. Okay. We've really carved a lot down. edit stat. Okay. So there's no more errors in this folder, I believe. We still have an error here. Let's fix that. It's just an import. Make sure to export that. Okay, we're getting close. I feel like we need to start the bot there. Okay. Oh, I think we got everything to be able to run commands. I think it should all be hooked up. Let's try to run some commands though. Let's make a new packet though. Okay. I don't know what's up with this. The task manager. How do I hide this? Auto hide. Well, now it hit. I don't know. I guess I just had to restart that. I don't know what was up with that. Anyways. Let's make it a new. No, let's just make packet for when the player. I guess we don't need to make any packets. We'll just say when the player clicks. If they're on this emerald block. And let's make the bot copy. So when the player clicks, when they're on that, let's just make the bot copy a little build right here. A little gold. I don't know. It's like a gold statue. Yeah, that's our gold statue. So when we're standing on this, let's make the... When we click, let's make it just copy it. Like over a little bit. Okay. I think to do that, we need to go to packet handler. Player clicks packet. If we have player, we don't need the session. We just gotta say if player dot x. Yeah, we could say. Or it'd probably be easier to have like player dot location. All in one thing. Player x equals But that's a tracked value, which should... I don't like how I have to say dot value. What if we just say in the player... Oh yeah, get position, here we go. We already have it. Player.get position is equal to our vector. It's our coordinates here. Oh, I guess it might... Center on block, floor, then add... Yeah, we want to floor those. We just want to floor the left. And then for that, we just want to floor all three of them. Good. Good, good. Dot get block position. Dot equals. You don't have equals on our vec3, that's crazy. Could also do use distance too. I guess, what's the best way to check if they have the same coordinates? Equals block position. Oh, that's the wrong area. Player.get equals block position of... I guess this is why we'd probably want to make a coordinate class. It's fine if we throw it all into vec3 right now. 24, 234, negative 36. Click it while standing on... Okay, it'd be 235. Good. Good, good. Now, oh, I was gonna open SirHack so we can import a thing for clicking. We already have one here. We have our arrow. Let's run this, let's see if it works. Bot spawned. See if I party SirHacks. Should join the house. Okay, if we run again and then... Yeah. Okay, wait, I think actually on pointer we have this. Yeah, we have it send... Yeah, we have the clicking... Packy ID 5. Let's test this out. So when we click whilst normally, we're getting click packets for player ID. Click while on the block. I guess it's not getting position. There we go. Oh, player ID not found. Oh yeah, we do need to link. I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, it should. Player ID not found. Click. Saying player with ID not found. Oh, because I have to rejoin the house, that's right. There we go. Okay, send the position. Received packet. Player clicked. Player clicked while they're in 24, 234, negative 36. So we're just one off. I don't know why. I think it has to do with the send location packet. This is the one with the arrow, right? Yeah. Let's test placeholder player.position.y. 234. That's indeed my position. Oh yeah. Okay, I guess I just did the math wrong a little bit there. Let's try that again. We gotta rejoin the house real quick. Okay, let's try that again. So if we come up here, we're on the block, we click. See, we're on the right block. Player positioned 2, 10, 20. Oh, no. 24, 234, negative 36. Oh, it's flooring the negative. Which is correct. I just had the math wrong again. Let's try that again. Okay, player ID not found. Let's rejoin. Click. Okay, clicked while standing on emerald block. Perfect. Now let's say if they're standing on the emerald block. Let's copy from a... We want to get the structure... Let's see, where is it? We want to say structure. I'm just gonna say structures. Hold on. Blueprints. Okay, blueprints actually should be a private member. We want variations for blueprints for colors and for rotations. But for now, we're just going to have one blueprint on a structure. Which we'll just hard code it in. That's totally fine. New blueprint. Pause A, pause B. Perfect. Okay. So for this blueprint, we should be able to use any coordinate, which is what I just coded in. Oh, I guess I'll use the looking at block. Let's see. Wait, where does it show what block you're looking at? I think they might have gotten rid of that. At least on the F3 I'm using. Alright, we'll just do this. Blueprint. Vec3. There we go. And then the next position, we'll say right here. New blueprint. New Vec3. What was it? 19. 220. 236. Negative 30. Negative 31. Alright, wait, let's go back here. Is that the right block? 233. Okay, that's the blueprint. Then we also want the name statue. And in constructor we want pause A, pause B. Good, good, good. Can actually just do that. Let's import those. Looking good. Okay, ID is statue. Name statue. Okay, we now have our first structure. So we should be able to abstract this and say spawn in the structure somewhere in the world, which we want to restrict to above a certain Y level. For now, so we don't grief everything. We'll just restrict it above 233 right now. Okay, we'll say spawn structure. To a certain position in the world. I guess this would just add it to the queue. We might want to do priority stuff later, but for now we'll just go the most basic operation. Yeah, get the first blueprint. spawning structure. Now we just want to run the command. So we'll say TP await. Wait, no, we don't want that. I'm pretty sure it's just called TP in lowercase like that. TP. We could make this into, could use a position here as a vector. XYZ. Okay, await TP to the position. The promise is when the command actually gets ran, because it resolves it after it's executed here. But these will all get added to the queue at the same time, I think. Yeah. I think I forgot how async works. So now we could just say pause A, TP. Okay, wait, first we need a TP to blueprint. It's gonna use the min and max values, which might change. But I feel like when we're setting those, they shouldn't change. So let's actually have, in Blueprint, let's have AABB, but let's also make that private. And let's just have pause A and pause B, because we don't want those to change. Right now I'm not restricting variables to be private though right now. I might add getters and setters later, but blueprint dot min. We want that to be pause A. So add TP, do pause A, TP pause B, do pause B, TP to position. And then the copy, and we'll paste it. I think. Should we give this a run? Should we say export structures and spawn this first structure? This one should give it a name. Name. Get a name, put it in the constructor. Yeah, like this. Okay. That will also be public for now. Okay, new structure. This is the statue. We could also put a static and say get structure by name. I don't know if this is a good way to do this, but I don't know. So back to game. Just kidding. Sure. When they're clicking on the emerald block, we'll say, we'll get the structure by saying structure. That is a different type of structure. We can... Those are like tile structures. We can get that out later. We gotta go to ray casting though and comment that out. Okay. I'm actually have this how it was. Okay, now we can do structures dot find I guess we're not exporting. We need to export. Oh, we are exporting this. What the? I think we should export the classes. Actually, just kidding. We need to say import structures. It does have an exported number of structures. That's cat. Oh, that's the wrong file. From game slash structures slash structure. There we go. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay. This should work. We just want to hard code this. Let's say 233. Let's just spawn it down here. Let's just like spawn it right here in the air. On 11, 235, negative 35. Okay, let's try this. No promises that it works, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. There's no way this works first try because we grew up like we copy pasted a whole library and essentially we come here, and then if we click, oh yeah, okay, it did all the commands at once. But I think it got those correct. We want to go to Okay, we want to say back in structure.ts, we want to await all of these and make this asynchronous, I think. Or we could just say .q for all of them. This might be blocking now, since it's asynchronous. I don't know. We'll test that out in a sec. I guess right here we could say start spawning structure. Structure spot. I can't hover over this. I'm trying to hover over it. I'm not good at asynchronous programming. But I think we need to go to command operation right here where it says childlib.command. We basically need to say make the bot run the command. Mine flare run command. That's what we need to do. Alright, just do it. Chat with the slash, it looks like. This command. Import bot. Try this. Bot dot run command. Maybe. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Hopefully I'll get banned. Come up to here. Click. Ah. I did one and then it stopped. It also said structure spawned immediately. I think if we await for it, then it will actually wait for it to spawn before it says that. I don't know why it crashed though. It did in fact TP. Then it should have gone to regex masher. And then match for the TP. Oh yeah, I might have it set to... Oh yeah, we're using World Edit right now. Good. I feel like if it times out, should not make it crash though. We should just look at the result of it. Ugh. Failed. This reject. See, what is that in command operation? Do we have reject here? Or where are we doing reject? Oh yeah, it's in the command implement. So TP update chat message. It'll do a fail then. I think in command Q is where, or command operation, somewhere there's a timeout. If not, that's kind of goofy. Oh yeah, we need to do timeout somewhere. Oh, expires out. Oh yeah, here it is, default timeout. That's where our timeout is. We just need to say, we just need to put a timeout when we do the run it here. So let's do that real quick. Timeout. 500 second or 5 seconds. So timeout for all of these bad boys. That's fine. That's totally cool. Let's try once more. So we come up here with the arrow, we click, it worked. There's no cooldown on any of those though, but it did work. I clicked the arrow. I feel like it'd be good to have a cooldown, not gonna lie. That's probably important. So let's look why it's not doing a cooldown. Okay, right now we have it burst set to 1. Command cost ticks is 1. That probably has to do with it. Is next command very limited? The stop bursts times command Q command cost ticks. Hmm. I don't know. I'm gonna take a few bites from my apple. I've just been sitting here the whole stream. Right there. This stop paused. It was true. Coding one-handed right now. And that's only if ticks are greater. Say after a second. Let's say this. Probably want to do like 5 seconds. Yeah, that's fine. Just say 5 seconds. So we want to get this within 5. So we'll do like 8. Here you go. I wasn't fast enough. Oh. Bot does not want to join. Okay. Why is the bot not joining? There we go. But we gotta be fast. I'll try that again. We want to see our chat, or the console get spammed. Okay, I think it got paused again. Let's increase it to 10 seconds. There we go. Boom, boom. Oh, player not found. Correct. Oh yeah, I paused again. Okay, let's just not add the pause. Oh wait, no, we need the pause. Let's just do 20 seconds. Something absurd. Okay, let's join the house. Okay. We come here. We click. Okay, it did the ticking. Let's see what it said. So right here it says ticking, the date, the stack length, chat throttle, and if it's on cooldown. So the stack length is for 1 for all of these. I think that means, what that means is in structure, it's just a waiting to do the last command to do the next one. So we did that. But I think we would also want to, we could put async paste on, we could put a wait on this last one. So it waits for all of these, I think. Is that how it would work? Yeah, it's all these to the queue before adding this last one. I think that's what that would do. We'll have to check. Let's try this. Boom. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now it said 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then I'm guessing it returned the promise after it made it to here, I think. I don't know. Oh no, because that structure spawned immediately. Alright, because we didn't wait it. Okay. I think this is how we're supposed to do it. It's kind of goofy though, I feel like. Oh no, I forgot all my old code. But if we unpause it and just spam adding structures. Which I think, okay, I have an idea. Let's just spam adding structures. I'm gonna say we can raycast it and like place it where they're looking, but not right now. We just gotta test this real quick. Yeah, back to command queue. We want to quickly comment that out. Let's try this once more. If we spam it, it should have a delay, so no, okay, Sir Hacks left, probably got kicked for spam. I think here, I think I gotta uncomment this. No. In chat throttle, this is where we need burst cost. Command cost ticks. So command cost, one command should not cost 1 tick. One command should cost 10, or it should cost 2 ticks, because you can do 10, I can do 1 per second. So it should actually cost 20 ticks. My bad. I think, yeah, because I was testing this on world edit, so I set it down to 1 because there's no cooldown. Let's try this once more. Come up here. Click pointer. Click pointer. Click pointer. Oh, we're still getting our chat spammed. Gotta comment this out real quick. Good. Good. So the bot is not flying. We want it to fly. If we make the bot do /fly after it enters the house, will that work? Let's test. If I do /fly, it doesn't make me fly. Mind flare, toggle, fly. Is there a way to make it bot.creative.start flying? This feels sketchy if it's not in creative. Let's look through the code. API, start flying. Bot.creative, correct. Useful in creative mode. Detecting and changing game modes is not implemented here, but it is assumed and often required that the bot be in creative mode for these features to work. Okay, but will it check and not send the packet if it's in survival? We're gonna need to use this later. We could just disable the bot physics too. That is the type of stuff that could get us banned. Oh. Okay. Let's check here. You could just make it not... Yeah, we could just make it not affected by physics. Then it won't get pushed out of blocks, and I'm pretty sure you don't get banned for that. But there's a chance in the future you could get banned for that, so... I think this does something really similar right here, so... See. On world change. Mind flare. Respawn packet. I want to make it stop flying if it goes back to the lobby, because that could actually very easily cause a ban. Bot spawned, bot respawned. Let's log the bot world name. Bot dot. Okay, how do we get the world name? Here we go. Bot dot world. Prismarine world. This stuff is all really outdated. 11 years ago, holy god. This is not what I was looking for, but this is pretty cool, I guess. Here's the API. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Let's just make it check the scoreboard and see if it matches. Here we go. Scoreboard. Items. So 784. Spot equals this dot bot dot scoreboard dot items. Okay, wait, how do we use this API? Mind flare, read scoreboard. It's probably not a good way to do it, but I guess we don't need to do that. We could just say const result equals we could run WTF map. Hold on, what did I just import? Yeah. So you can just do this with the timeout. Let's try this real quick. Ooh. I think I got kicked. Let's add a slight delay between commands here. Yeah, I think let's add a delay. I think right right here. Chat throttle plus burst cost. Oh yeah. This stop burst. It should only be set to 1. Not 10. So I think down here it should be. We're getting the burst. It should multiply. Let's see, where was that? This dot burst times command cost ticks. Which is 20. It shouldn't be bursting the commands like that. Because chat throttle should only be like 20 milliseconds the first time it's ran, I think. Yeah. Oh, here's our burst logic. I don't know. I forgot when I wrote this code how it's supposed to work. But I think this dot burst times Command Q caustics. That should be... It should cost 1? No, this should be a value of 20. Chat throttle should be 20 milliseconds after the first command, and then burst cost should be 1. And if that's greater than 200 mils, yeah, there should be there should not be bursting commands. Like, I don't know. I just make it do this again, I guess. Let's take a look here. Is that 19? Oh, I guess they're all not saying they're rate limited. But down here, after it processes 1, it should say, okay, you sent 1, which is greater than or equal to the burst. So put it on cooldown. Oh, but the... Wait. So it should be able to burst 10. It should burst 10 instantly, and then it should not run anymore. I think that's what it's doing. I don't know. We just had a 1 second cooldown to it. Hold on, in bot.ts, it shouldn't have to friend. There we go. Okay, those are timing out. Should say you are currently playing on whatever house. So why is it not matching that? You are currently playing on... I got unknown command. I feel like if it's unknown command, we should check for that, but... we are getting these. It should give us a success back here. Like right up here where we're doing let's see. Oh, where was it? Oh yeah, right here. Respawn. Result. We should be getting result. The first one timed out because, let's see. We need to do the game event. On game. Put this in a try catch. Because uncaught and it's crashing with the bot. I don't know why I ran it so many times, but oh, these don't have color codes in them, do they? That's right. I need to fix that in Regix Matcher for all of these. In fact, so we're doing 2 string. Okay, there's only 2 with color codes. That's good. Now it should match. Yeah, good. Why is it running us so many times? I have no idea. Okay. So when it joins a new world, let's actually look at the documentation for this, the official. In mindflayer bot dot on events, here we go. So we want the game event. Where is that? Here, spawn, respawn in game. If you log into spawn in the first time when you respawn after death, and you change dimensions and just before you spawn. any of the game properties. Okay, let's try spawn. Okay, there we go. So now right here we want to say this dot is in house. False. After we get the result, if result dot house UUID equal to this string here. Then say this dot is in house. Good. Let's make that private. This dot is in house is a boolean. Down here in connected, say another is in house boolean. Oh yeah, duplicate identifier, just underscores. Okay, looks good. So now back in here we could say oh wait, no, the whole point of doing that was I started coding without even realize what the point of that specific thing was. But back in bot up here, we want to say after they get in the house, only then we want to disable the physics, specifically the fly though. Well, it'd be nice to disable all the physics, but I don't want to get banned. We just want to say start flying right here. This dot bot dot creative start flying, and make sure up here we say dot creative stop flying. Okay, will we get banned when we run this? Let's find out. Hopefully not. Okay, Sir Hacks is indeed flying. Good. I think in survival too. Is it too risky to say game mode Sir Hacks survival? Oh, you can't change other. You can't change game mode for other players. Whatever. At least that way you can. You definitely can through actions. Okay. But now let's try this. So we come up here. Oh yeah. Oh, player ID not found. Okay, now it has our player ID. Now if we click, boom, boom. We do need to center the coordinates. That's one thing I noticed. Forgot to do that. Come back here. So if I just keep clicking this, basically spam it, it should just add a bunch of those to the queue. To which Sir Hack should be on the block. Okay, it's just doing a bunch of teleports. I think it added them to the queue, weird. Oh, I guess it's the last await we added at the end there. So go here and remove this await, then that should give us better results, I think. Come here. Boom. Boom. Click a bunch of times. It should slowly spawn them in. No, it keeps getting stuck on the first teleport. Okay, I don't actually know why. Don't know why that is. Because these should all be added to the queue at once. Together. See console.log command q dot q. These should all be added at once. So we said before or after, let me come here. Let me just say get queue length. Let's try this. It might be nice to clean up some logging because it's kind of being spammed right now. Actually, let's just do that real quick. I don't think it should be that hard. Packet protocol. Okay, what logger is this? Logger.child module. Here we go, child loggers. This is a module foo. Do something. Log.info. Interesting. I'm not sure I understand this fully, because in mine it's logging like this little thing that says module. I feel like that makes the logging look pretty ugly. If you go to logger, level, say pretty print. Logger options. Here we go. What kind of options are there? I don't understand how like the details of logging. All I know is console.log and warn an error. Ah. Alright, let's not worry about that for now. I'll figure that out later. As I've said many times. Back in bot, I want to make this a spawn real quick. There we go. I guess the main issue is everywhere I'm doing console.log. I probably don't want that. Logger. There we go. It all looks inconsistent and ugly, that's why. Like here, for example. Say logger. JSON does stringify. Okay, let's do this for all of this. This should make the console look a lot cleaner. Hack idea to player join. This is kind of what we were doing earlier, I think. Can delete that though. Let's try this once more. There we go, that's a cleaner. It's a little bit cleaner, I guess, I don't know. So if I leave, rejoin. Receive packet, player joined. I guess, almost spilled my water. Back in bot. Chat message, packet, receive packet, player joined. Where is it saying player joined? Oh yeah, that's after it parses the packet. Okay. Let's try this out. So just spam these bad boys. I click one more time. If I click a bunch, it's adding a bunch to the queue. I don't think it's running off. It's only running that first one. Weird. There's some bug somewhere. Oh, they're timing out. That's what's happening. When you have a timeout for... We need the timeout to start after the command gets ran. I think. We need two different kinds of timeouts. We need a timeout for... Yeah, we need... I think we just need one kind of timeout. I don't know. Two kinds of timeouts. One for when the command actually gets ran and one when it gets added to the queue. Because that timeout's just when it expires. But if we... Yeah.
Everything changes.
We want a timeout for if it just never detects, if it just never sends a success or error for all of these. So let's implement that real quick. Oh, right here should be easy, I think. const. Post run expires at this plus okay, Q command options. We're gonna have a Q timeout and a command timeout. Now we say up here, this will be Q timeout. Oops, spelled that wrong. It's okay. ChatGPT corrects me. And this will just be called infinite timeout. So post run expires at wait, insert. Okay. We want to make another stack for the commands that have already been ran. First, let me rename the stack to cube. And then this will be ran, which will be another type. Ran command. Command.execute. A ran command can just be, yeah. Ran at and then a timeout. Just kidding. Literally just did an expires at. I think this should be. I'm gonna have to put this through call and be like, is this a good way to do it? But right here we say oh, we need the reject in there as well. So reject is that. Now we gotta just say here, this dot ran push expires at date.now plus command timeout. Now every tick, we just gotta go through purge expired commands. Okay. Sorry about that, I had to go for a second. Oops. Okay. Command don't expire size greater than now. Okay. I think it should be, we should have our 2 different queues. I mean 2 different timeouts, the queue timeout and the command timeout. So now if we go back to command.ts. Just kidding. Default timeout is infinite. Oh. Gotta do that for that bad boy. Okay, now there's no error in there. That's so it's not like. Alright, back to structure. Actually, it should work because it's queue timeout should be infinite, but the command timeout, I'm just gonna have at 5 seconds for now. So after it runs the command, should be good. Now we shouldn't. Now that should have fixed the issue. Hopefully, I really hope that was the issue. Should we come back here? Go to here. There. Let me delete this real quick. So if we spam this, so now there's 56 commands in the queue. And now it should just slowly keep adding those guys because it bursted the first few, but now it's going to slowly keep running. So this structure should just keep spawning every time I delete it. See if I can delete it fast enough before it respawns. Ooh, just barely caught it. Okay, it seems to be working. We spammed it and it added a bunch to the correctly. And they're not timing out. So seems to be good. Also, this doesn't need to be asynchronous, but later we probably should make it asynchronous. And return a either resolve or reject. In case it doesn't spawn this structure correctly. We could account for that in the game. Okay, next thing. Let's make it. Let's raycast too. Or let's make it actually store all these tiles in the game. So a tile can have a blueprint on it. We'll say. And we'll add a method that's like spawn structure on tile or spawn blueprint on tile or something like that. I guess spawn structure on tile. Yeah, each tile will have an instance of a structure which would have like rotation or color. And then yeah, we'll make it so where you're looking at, we can select a certain building and spawn it. And then I think we'll be done there because I should take another hour or two, I think. But yeah. Okay. Put that back up. Welcome to the stream. Gren. Okay, so let's make it so when you look at a tile, it places a building, depending on the GUI. Actually, let me open the front end real quick. Deno tab. CD into front end and Deno task dev. Okay. Oh yeah, I added a little map. Kind of just for fun. I rejoin the house and get a code. Let's bring this up. Say 320, 238. Let's link that bad boy. I think it linked. Let's check. Oh yeah, good. Okay, next step, we add a GUI. I guess if we're holding no block. Oh no, because we need to be able to left and right click, so we need to be holding a block. So if we're holding the pointer, we're looking around, we look at a tile, we want to be able to build on... Oh, how are we going to do that? I guess if we click, we'll have a GUI that shows whatever building you're looking at. Right, and then if you click on it, it'll open a new GUI. And for the blank tiles, that will just be called like a build GUI, and it'll have buttons with everything all the various buildings you can build there. So we need to start by making 2 GUIs. Actually, this first one showing food, wood, stone, and ores, we can already keep, I think. We can just add it to that one. We might want to be able to reuse GUI components somehow, but I still gotta figure out how to do that. So I now have a screen, it's the screen mechanism, but that is... I made this only one screen renders at once. And the screen has a width and height. I guess I should rename that to window and actually add screens. Let's do that real quick. Down in screen, we ought to rename this all to window because these are actually windows. Rename it to window. Okay. we want to say I gotta think about this. Because we're at the point where we want to like be able to reuse GUI components. I guess we already kind of can. Yeah, we already can. That was one thing we needed to fix. Anyways. Yeah, we already can reuse GUI components. I think if we just make these down here in the top level, and then we can reuse them. Let's go back to index. That's a window. Okay, everywhere it's where it says screen here. So what is a window versus screen in GUI? Window is a container layer. I guess screen is what we're trying to call it. So let's change those back actually. Replace that. Oh, just kidding. Want to match casing for that. And for lowercase. Okay. Screen as screen. This is now called Screen Manager. Okay. That should all be good. Just switched it back. Wasted a few minutes. But. So on this, oh, I don't have it up. But on the basic food ores, the food, wood ores, gold or whatever, or stone, I mean, we want on that GUI, which it should be just this one. We want to also add what was being looked at. So we already have that here. Okay, I have an idea. let's add to, see, not to container, but you can just absolute position this right now. Say 200 width mode. Labels doesn't have width mode, I don't think. Just has auto size. True. Looking at scale to. Okay. Let's give this an ID. Looking at label for that. Then every GUI tick, we want to say, I guess we could just do this as soon as we receive the WebSocket and not after it gets ticked. That would probably be faster. Well, no, because it ticks right before it renders, so I don't think it would matter, actually. So when it ticks, we want to get it. We want to say, looking at equals, then over in our WebSocket, or in our global store, looking at hit structure name and point. It could be better if we had something like svelte where, I don't know how we would do that. But just where there's state and you could it automatically updates. I think you could do that with some sort of subscriber pattern. Or we could probably just use strip useful in this, but I want to keep it agnostic to the library that we're using. Okay, looking at dot set message hits. Okay, looking at should just be not an array, it should just be null. Just be looking at or null. Good. And this can be let's come back here and let's go back to HUD GUI. Call this the label. Let's call it here as well for consistency. Looking at label. Looking at dot structure name. I think now if we import it. If looking at label and looking at Oh, just kidding. Well, let's say looking at if it exists here. If it doesn't exist here, let's just say looking at. Oh, I think the playlist ended. Yeah, it did. Yo, what's up? I think the playlist ended, so... Actually, no, I don't think it did. I guess we'll put... I don't know, I think I'll get copyrighted if I put the Oliver Tree music on. Is it fine? Should I just put it on in memory of him? I don't know, I can't use... For some reason my next song button isn't working. Whatever. Just gonna listen to the song again, I guess. Alright, right here. Looking at the structure name. I just said I want to make it language agnostic, but I'm gonna add... this writable store. I'm gonna make these all state. Looking at null. Okay, that's what I was gonna do just a little second ago, but now down here, I think we should be able to say looking at dot, looking at structure name. Failed to load URL. Oh, up here. Looking at dot, looking at equals. Could do multiple hits. Is there a reason we'd ever need to do that? I guess there is. If there's multiple hits and one is like a building entity, whatnot, we would probably want to show that, to decide which GUI to show on the front end and not the back end, I think. Or I guess we could decide on either. I guess it depends on how authoritative we want the back end to be. If we do it more authoritative, we wouldn't have to send as much data to the front end. Yeah, we're just gonna say first message hit or null. Let's try that again. Let's take a look here. Internal error. Okay, what did we get this time? Failed to load. Here we go. Type screen. Okay. We're doing it backwards here. We were just listening for the van and updating the screen, but now we're just doing every tick before it gets rendered. Okay, I'm gonna get copyrighted, so I'm just gonna cut that out. We'll turn off the music for now. Where's the error in this file? Down right here. Oh, GUI.screens dot set by ID for each screen ID. Yeah, that seems good. Okay. We can take all of those out. Let's try this again. Oh, we probably should refresh the bot, shouldn't we? Usually I just have it watching for file changes. But, oh, can't go to lobby. Yeah, you should have it watching for file changes, but with a bot, I don't do that generally. I guess it depends. Oh, we just crashed. We just got sent to the lobby. Oh, the server is very laggy right now. There we go. And code is 541 153. 541 153. I don't think I linked. It's okay, I just forgot that I turned off raycasting anyways, so. Let's bring raycasting back. Okay, so where are we gonna raycast for the blocks? I think at some point I was like, it might be better to raycast if you're looking at the blocks of a building, because like if I want to look at that house, it'll show what I'm looking at behind it. So I have to look a little bit lower. But that would require a lot more effort. Would have to actually download the world from the bot and then raycast blocks, which sounds a lot more resource intensive too. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Right now we'll just flatten all of the structures and then raycast for the structures. So it's actually like the tile you're looking at. That should be playable enough for the base game, I think. Anyways, back to the back end, which is up here. I want to say game, structures. Okay, raycast. What were we going to call it? It's going to be like tile structure, like, which represents a, we could just call it tile and then it can have a structure on it. And we'll give it coordinates and we'll generate all the tiles. So game tile.ts. Let's make a new class. Okay, tile has X and Y coordinates. X and Z actually is what I say. And then tile can also have a placed structure, which can be, we could just make a structure that's like an empty tile structure. Or we could say, I guess if we want to raycast and we want to send the hit to the front end, we should differentiate from like the fog of war tiles and the empty structure tiles. So it might be worth making those two different, technically, structures. I don't know. And then it would, I guess if you look into the void, you raycast and you hit nothing. So I guess yeah, the tile would be a separate structure. So the void is raycasting and hitting nothing. So let's say that. Let's tab those forward real quick. Play structure. It's either a structure. I don't know why in some of these files it doesn't want to import. Oh, that's right. So I'm not even exporting a structure. We just need the type though. Okay. Or null. Wait, we gotta go dot slash structure slash structure. Import the type of structure. Like this. Okay. Good. So we want to make a game map as well. Something like class worlds. Tiles is a nested array. There's a width and height. Width and height. Say a function of fill with empty or fog of war tiles. Fill with empty tiles. Fill with fog. Fill with fog of war tiles. Okay. Can actually be abstracted to private. Fill with. I'm not coding with Claude. I'm sure Claude could do a lot better here. Yeah, I'll just copy these loops in. X to Z, width and height set. Okay, this is ordered. X is all the X is each row, and then Z is the columns and the rows. Fill with empty tiles. This fill with tile type. Okay, tile types. Let's go through here. Const empty tile is I guess empty tile. Hmm. Fill tile, fill with tile. of structure. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Fill with tile of structure. Structure. Some new tile at XC and then set the place structure. Fill with empty tiles. Fill tile of structure. Gonna go to structure. We need to add new structure. Structure. Call it the empty tile, or just the empty structure, like empty land. I guess it'd be empty grass, because at some point, what I do is, hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome, pickle-lated. We'll have an empty grass tile. And I'll quickly just get the coordinates for that real quick. Ooh, I guess we'll have empty grass checkered and empty grass plain. So we gotta consider that too. So let's grab these bad boys. Checkered and plain. Okay. Paste these. Oh, I didn't copy it. Empty grass plain. Wait. No, structure. Empty tile. We're gonna add multiple blueprints. Empty grass. Just gonna say grass plane. New blueprint for grass plane checkered. Okay. That should be good. Oh, I did that wrong. Gotta say dot add blueprint. Okay. Looks good, looks good. I'm just gonna inline these because I probably should get what's it called? Like, I don't know, there's that formatting. The formatter library. Or like, you know, to format all your code. Okay, grass plane and grass plane checker. Let's just, we don't have to worry about the positions for now. Technically, I don't think we're ever gonna spawn these in the game. I guess if a structure gets destroyed, would want to spawn one in with full height. Anyways, back to tile.ts. Fill with tile of structure. Fill with fog of war tiles. We want to say, let's make fog of war tile real quick. Structure, I mean. Fog tile structure. Okay. Yeah, a comma back here. Fog tile. Same idea. Fog tile. Fog tile. Okay. Fill with fog tiles. I guess this here structures, we could make this a map instead of an array. Name. Okay. How do you do map type? Map type in TypeScript. Alright, record KV. Record string to a structure. Now this is statue, empty tile, fog tile. Brilliant. Place structure. Goodbye. Adios. Anyways. So if blueprint represents a copy-pastable region in the world, structure represents multiple of those blueprints. We need to actually have tile have a place structure on it. But in structure, we actually want to have a type called placed structure. You know, because that's kind of what a tile is. A tile is a placed structure, even if it's like, yeah. So we're actually just going to call this structure. And the blueprint placed blueprint. Blueprint or null. And that's type only. Let's export game map. I was just thinking for a second, I kind of want to do this. Essentially, fill tile. Fill with tile of structure. Wait, I don't think we gotta do this. Actually, we could say that. Fill with empty tiles. Structures. 19 times. But we don't want to do that. We want to fill it with fog of war tiles. Which it then needs to select the structure. Hmm. Structure and then blueprint name. I think. Grass plane. Yeah, this makes sense in my head, at least. Place structure. And structure, I think a structure will have, it has its variations, and then the blueprint is the specific variation. But we might have multiple variations, like rotation and color. So I don't know how I'm going to do that. But right now we just have one. I think this is pretty close to how that's going to work. So we'll just keep going with it. Say structure. Move this to blueprint? Maybe. I don't know. Because blueprint is actually what gets copy pasted. Yeah, we should do that. Spawn structure, we need to move to blueprint. I'll say spawn blueprint. Add a position. Spawning this dot name at position. Good. Let's quickly get these all imported. Okay, that seems about right. Now instead, we come in here. Okay, back in handler. Structures. Just comment this out for now. Right. This is where what we're working on. In structure, we want to get a blueprint by name. Yep. ChatGPT got it. Spot on. Get blueprint by name. So down in here, we could say get blueprint. If a tile doesn't have a structure or place blueprint, that's equivalent to the GUI of looking at the void. If it has structure but not a blueprint for some reason, because like you couldn't find one, then that's equivalent to, I don't know, that would be kind of an error case. Might have to account for that. But if it has both, then that's like looking at the structure. I guess maybe we shouldn't consider having a placed blueprint till the build's actually there. Maybe. Oh yeah, that could be a good idea. Like actually in the world. So fill tile structure. Thinking about how we want to do this. Fill with empty. Reset with empty tiles. Reset with fog of war tiles. I don't have like a method for like spawn starter base at a certain location. And then this will like say sets tiles in a in a 3x3 area. But yeah, here we'll say fill a tile structure all to empty tile. But then we'll say for each tile, which we can actually also be abstract to an iterator. Oh yeah, that works. If we yield an array of x, y, xz in the tile, can we do that? Then down here, can we say for each tile, say tile x, z. It looks like we can't do that. But if we just do 2 for loops, also simple, probably more simple than syntax I don't fully understand. But fill with structure. I got spontaneous chips. Pretty cool. They just appeared. I'm gonna be chewing on them though. So I won't explain the code for a second. As if I've even been explaining it, but actually I might just take a break to eat for a second. So I don't get my keyboard dirty. But the idea here these are for when the game resets. I'm gonna raycast to these and I'm gonna send them to the front end and render the GUI based off of it. Okay, I'm back. Took a brief break to eat some chips. Got my stream chat open, even though no one's watching, but we still ball. So for here, we will say this dot tiles xz dot place blueprint equals. Right now it's null. So it's a tile with a structure without a place blueprint yet. But we're gonna say once it resets, or no, we want to say on filled with empty. Here's where we want to loop through it. And then give it the checkerboard pattern. It's checked. X plus Z is even. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess if you were doing like a checkerboard though would that work if you were doing a checkerboard with, oh yeah, it would. Say, would it work if you're doing a checkerboard with like that's odd, even or odd? I don't know. Okay, place blueprint is structures. Okay. Blueprint. And right here. Should move that. So grass plane, checkered, or just grass plane. Now here, when we say, so this would happen if we filled the map with empty tiles, which I don't think we're gonna generally do. We're just generally gonna have it be fog of war. But we'll do the same with we'll do the same with these. Okay. Brilliant. So we have our map. Let's go to game and let's add the map. Oh, it might be better if we line up the game tick with the bot being ticked. Actually, would it? Because if the bot tick slows down for any reason, would we want the game to slow down? Probably not. But do we generally want things to line up so they're as fast as possible? Yeah. Delay is important. So we'll go through the delay later and see how we can make things as fast as possible. But yeah, private map. Game map is of type game map, of course. Equals a new game map. This is the cool part. Map width is 28 by 28. That's the game of our name. That's the name of our game we're making. So map width and height. Okay. Next step. Next step, of course, import game map. We want to be able to have that. Now, I think Claude could have coded this all with like one prompt and a million times better, but I'm having fun and I'm actually learning the details of the code. So let's go take a look at Discord real quick. Hey, that's my own thumbnail. Got one join in this. One join in my Discord. Other than that, all my channels are, all my servers are inactive right now. That's sad. It's been like no messages for a few hours. Everyone's actually touching grass. But I'm working on this game. Let's see. Our next step was we can make a function to reset the game. Or we'll just call it setup. Private setup. Reset with empty tiles. And right now we just fill it with empty blueprints as well because I don't know. The map is technically fog of war, not empty tiles, but okay, then we call setup. So we want to raycast. Yeah, we want to add in raycasting. Start with tile size of 9. I feel like we're gonna need that, right? So tile size of 9. So before in raycast, we gave it an interface of AABB. Game map. We might also want to have game 3D world, like all the objects that, all the hitboxes, the square hitboxes of anything that will be raycasted to. Or if we do raycasting on the front end, that could reduce delay, make things feel smoother, which is a big goal here. At least like raycasting for, no, I guess if the position of the player has to go through the back end to the front end, we can do raycasting on the back end. Yeah, that makes sense. So now we need to make a list of AABB hitboxes though. for our game. So for all the hitboxes in our game could include entities and whatnot, you know. But for now, our tiles, yeah, our tiles will say hitbox. Hitbox is just an AABB. Map min is a new vector. Yep. Yeah, same code. Map min. I guess we'll just call this the, well, let's add icons for floor Y. Let's make sure we specify that that's the floor Y. And that's the map min. So the AABB, it might be nicer to have this in the constructor. So how do you say that? I just think you just put an exclamation. Oh, I know. You just don't put anything. Okay, min is XYZ. So min plus X times the tile size, Y to the Z. Of course, for max, we want to, I was gonna say we want to add one, but we might want to just not do anything at all there. Actually, I'll just take the GPT's recommendation, or Copilot's recommendation, and subtract one. Then the hitbox, new hitbox. Okay. Now back in where we were doing our raycasting. We're raycasting 783 tiles per tick per player. It's probably fine to do for now. But later we might want to add certain optimizations for that. I guess technically we could have, it'd be really easy to just raycast to like a big plane on the whole. Well, there's two optimizations. There's like the tree raycasting optimization, which I need to learn about how to do that. And then we could just raycast to the whole map as one flat plane and then just see where the hit point is and then divide and be like, oh, that's the tile you're hitting. But we already have the raycasting code set up in this way, so we're gonna do it this way, even if it lags. Oh, where was it? Player location. Right here, we want to re-enable our raycasting, which will say ray equals origin. Okay, origin is at the player's const player eyes. Okay, origin is at the player eyes. Get the pitch in the yaw of the packet. You know what? Let's do something a little nice to us here. Which is just deconstruct all these values. That's gonna make this a lot cleaner everywhere we're using it. Okay, raycast all you gotta say like game dot get hitboxes. That'll give us all the AABPs. Raycast all closest first. Okay, we're just gonna raycast all game hitboxes, and then we're gonna map those how we were earlier. But let's go to game and let's implement that real quick. Get hitboxes. We want to update the hitboxes every time we edit the game map or we move an entity, I guess. Because every time we add a tile with a hitbox or remove one, or add an entity with a hitbox and remove one, we want to update our hitboxes, which is just references to structures / entities. We could technically make one big hitbox on like the walls and have it say like, when you look at the walls, have it say like, this is the west wall, east wall, etc. Or something like that, I don't know. Okay, get hitboxes. We need a private saying update hitboxes. I'm gonna say for every single one tile in the game map. I'm actually gonna add it. I'll add an iterator here. Symbol iterator. We need to have it yield. Okay, we tried this earlier, but I think I understand it now. We just gotta do for that something like this. Could not be applied to types. Okay, I think we need to say the return type generator of number tile. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. So this, it knows these are numbers now. Tile, dot place blueprint. Hey, that's neat. I don't know if doing an iterator is the best way to do it like that, but let's do that here as well. XZ tile of this. Wait, that's actually clutch. Well, we gotta say, make it a new tile. Ooh, wait, I guess we can't use the iterator on this because we're actually mutating the array right here. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think we had that there. That's Yeah, I don't think we had that. That's important. That would have been a mistake. I should be testing this code as I'm writing it, but I'm not. Okay, we can do this here, though. We can change this to be an iterator. Because we're not mutating anything there. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, the reason for the iterator is back in game. We wanted to say hitboxes for let game map of game map. I say if not the AABB of the place blueprint. We want to make a flat. Hmm. I guess we don't want to update all the hitboxes at once. It'd be more optimal to do operations like every time a structure gets added or moved. Okay, I'm back. Just had to do something. Anyways, hitbox of structures is not the hitbox of what we want it to be. Like when we want to raycast stuff. We want it to be a flat. Just a flat plane. So I'll think about okay. I'm just thinking real quick. So we want to have a list of hitboxes, but I guess we want a hitbox that's associated to it, like a game object. And based on that, make it return all the hits. Which can be either like a structure object or an entity. We'll just say return. Oh, how do we want to do this? Get a little confused sometimes. Let's just say when you grab the hitboxes of all the structures. I mean all the tiles. Yeah. Maybe when we add, how do I'm a little confused here. My bad, man. Maybe we'll do set tile. Whenever we set a tile, we do like a call back to the game saying add the hitbox. I don't know. That could work. Or I guess not saying add the hitbox, like, or like remove the hitbox of the last tile and then add a new one. We could do the same for entities. That could be a good way to do it. Let's try that. On tile update. I don't know how I feel about this, but game map on tile updated. Make that not null, I think. And not optional. No, something like that. Then down here, we'll say that. I think that's correct. Oh, could we just say, yeah, make that private. There, that should be correct. So on tile updated. This might be an ugly way to do things, but we'll say here on tile updated. We receive the tile and then we update. At this point, I'll put this in the constructor. This dot game map. It's definitely an ugly way to do it, but on the tile update, oh, I forgot something. I guess it would be like not when it's updated, like when the hitbox is updated. Yeah. Basically just needed a way to, yeah, whenever the tiles update. I think this is fine for now. Basically we'll say here. Set tile. And then so we gotta have structure in here too. That would be optional. That works, I think. Okay, back down here. And I could just pass that in like that. Set tile, and that will call back. And this doesn't change the tile. Well, hitbox, I was gonna say. Nothing else changes the tile hitbox. Only like creating the tile creates the hitbox. The only place we do new tile is right here, I think. All right, back to game. This dot hitbox is. We want to get the hitbox reference. I'm gonna open my chat. So hitbox is not actually going to be AABB. It's going to be hitbox thing. AABB. This is like a game object. Could do like an entity component system. I don't know how those work. Yeah, we'll probably have to eventually end up making something like that and learn about that. But right now this is just game object, and then it has the thing. Which right now can either be a structure or later it could be also, oh, just kidding. It could be a tile. But later it could also be probably an entity. So you could say like entity as well. So whenever we receive an update from the tiles, we want to, hold on. We want to remove the old one and add a new one. Hmm. I guess if we're already doing this, I think I'm thinking about this backwards. Game, if we go to here to tile, we could make an interface and just call it game 3D object, and it has AABB in it, implements game 3D object, as its hitbox. Yeah. If they all have a single hitbox. But then here we say get hitboxes, return this dot basically an array combining all the game map tiles. Hold on. This dot game map dot get tiles. Yeah. Something like this. Let me go back here and let's capitalize this. D. It's like a raycastable object. I don't know, I should probably give these better names. Oh, I think you can overview. Oh, it's like, yeah, collision object. That's a good name. Collision object. So implements collision objects. I'm gonna say hitbox. ABB. So this will get collision object. Get hitboxes returns collision object array. What should say on game map? Just give us all the tiles. So get tile. And we'll also say get tiles. This literally just needs to return this dot tiles. I don't see why we need a flatten it. I don't need a flatten. Oh wait, yeah, we do need to flatten it. Actually, it might be nice if we just have this already be flat and then index it by doing some math. Tile array. Width times height. X plus Z times width. Do the same right here. Then, yeah, we're doing that. We don't need to do that. Okay, this seems good. Down here, where we iterate, we need to do this. Yeah, that seems good. Now we don't need to return the flat version of it because it's already a 1D array. I don't think we need to do that either. A new array of width times height. Okay. See, back to game. Get hitboxes just returns the get tiles. Perfect. I think that's exactly what we need. So back in handler, if we say game dot okay, collision object is not assignable to parameter ABB array. That's fine because in raycast all boxes just need to be collision. Yeah, collision objects. What you can say here. Or maybe instead of hitbox, we'll call it ABB. Okay, so given the collision objects and then iterate over them. Get it, and then instead hits can actually be something else now. Instead of having to index into it, the ray hit can be the collision object along with the distance and the point, and we could still have index. Probably won't need to use it anymore though. So now in raycast all. Okay, import ABB is not assignable to parameter of type. Source game raycast. I'm not sure what that means. Raycast first. Collision objects. Okay, collision object has ABB though. Oh, we're using a different kind of ABB. Okay. I see. So back in tile, we were using this one from the math, but just want to do that. And we want to import the math version. We also have contains and intersects. I kind of forgot the math for this part. I did understand it at one point, but it's like, if it falls within a certain plane or something. Like this here. So X slab box min x is origin x. I don't know, I can't remember, but I guess if we make these public again, that'll fix it. Should work. Other than that, I think this is fixed now. So go back. We can say packet handler, raycast, game, hitboxes. I should return us the ray hits, which include the structure, the collision objects. So ray hits is just collision objects. Say we want to map hits to if hit dot type equals structure. Because you say if hit instance of structure. Are we allowed to do that? Maybe. Return structure name in the point. Yeah, something like that. I don't know if we're doing this in another language. I don't know how I would do this with doing the instance of here. Or we could probably just say like put type or something like to show that it's a structure. Anyways. We have structure name and the point. Should all get sent to the front end now. Let's test this out real quick. We'll say, all right, I just gotta check one thing. Back in game, we do setup and we fill it with, we reset with empty tiles. Good. Oh, wait, no, we gotta say if it's an instance of, not a structure. We gotta say, if it's an instance of a tile, then let me import the type. Then we could say hit dot structure dot name. and tile X. We'll say return type is tile. Return the structure name as well as an X and a Z for them and the hit point. Okay, back to the front end. I think in HUD GUI, say looking at label, looking at dot. Okay, wait, looking at gets set to all right, now it's just, I think it's going to get set to a random one. Just kidding. Because we're doing raycast all. So let's just sort by the distance, T. Which is basically what we're doing here. Oh, it already gets sorted here. So yeah, looking at the closest one. Let's restart that. It took an hour, 30 minutes. We'll give it a shot. We'll say backend handler. What do we call it? Structure name. Okay. That is my stream. It's like really delayed here. Skip to live. Yeah. We're almost at 5 hours. Probably end at 6 or whenever we get this working. Okay, let's refresh the page. Rejoin the world. So theoretically, if I can get in the world, we should get our code. Say 917.779. Should link. That looks good. Let's do the overlay for this bit. Okay, I'm looking at none everywhere. There's definitely an error somewhere in the code. Like we just coded for an hour and a half and didn't test any of it. Let's go split screen. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we get the session. Player eyes raycast raykit. Raycast all game dot hitboxes. His structures. Why don't we just console log here? Oh, just kidding. Logger dot info. Log. To interpolate this when we're using logger. Okay. I guess we only need to send the message if there's a session. We can raycast even if it's just a player. It's not linked. Let's try that once more. Reset the bot. Oh, no. Okay, we don't need a link, but we should be able to use this cave. Ooh, there we go. That's some raycasting. So we're looking at the void. Okay, let's read through this real quick. Collision object. Hold on. Let's full screen this bad boy. Players looking at okay, collision object. I think these should all be. Oh yeah, collision object. X, Z, structure, blueprints. See, I don't like how we're doing the filter in the map here because we could leak data, I think, if we just returned the. If we just straight up returned what it hit, like the collision object, but could probably figure that out later. A better way to do it. Anyways, blueprints. Pause A, pause B. A, B, B. Grass plane checkered. Okay, so this structure is the. This shows the structure with the blueprints, which is the we haven't set yet, which is just locations where we're gonna have grass plane. The blueprints for those. And then we have so we have that up until here. The structure name is empty tile. And the collision objects place blueprint is null because we're not considering anything placed there. Which we actually should be, since in game we're calling on filled with empty blueprints, it should be saying tile.placed blueprint. So we'll have to do that. Anyways, yeah, it has the coordinates, it has the distance and the point at which it hit, along with the index. Really good. But we're just filtering that out to just the name of the structure, empty tile, with the what else were we doing? We had that, we had the I think we had the point. We had that and the point and one other thing. Oh yeah, and the X and Z of the hit. But those are going to actually be, oh yeah, these right here. The tile X and Z. Anyways, which we can convert to letters. We can convert like the Z access to A through Z, and then that could help players go to a certain tile easier. Maybe, I don't know. That'll be a later feature. Anyways. So the issue is on the front end, that means. Because we're saying if they have a session, send the message looking at their play ID and the hits. So let's figure out what's the issue there. Back on the front end in WebSocket, we're receiving looking at, I think if we check the console, we should have received these looking at when we tested earlier, which is an object with, okay, that one has no hits. Did any of these have? Okay, maybe it was on the back end. Let's double check that. Back in handler. Yeah, we're saying hit tiles. But we're actually... Sure. You know, let's say logger dot info hit tiles. Just literally want to stringify it. Let's try that again. I think it might have to do with the instance of filter. Let's look around a bit. No? Yeah. Somewhere there's an issue here. Hit. Oh, hit dot collision object instance of. Yeah. But we'll even say structure name x z goes. Yeah, we could say like this. I think oh, we gotta say structure. I think in tile we'll have like we could have like a serialization thing. Ooh. Okay, I have another idea. We'll say go back to structure. Just kidding. Back to tile. We're gonna say export interface for objects that can be sent through the socket. Serializable object. Literally just two JSON. We'll put generic on this and we'll give it the generic. So now we can have this like this. Returns tile JSON. our, yeah, interface of tile JSON. Boom. This structure, if it's included, say, there's nothing on the tile, which null, I don't, what does null become in JSON? I don't know. I think it's just null. Do the same with the blueprint name. I like it, I like it. Now, it's serializable. So back here in handler, we can say if it's an instance of tile, or even we could say if it's an instance of serializable object. I love serial. So I haven't had a serial in ages. To map it to I guess serializable objects. Export interface. Serialized object. Say type is a string. We could even make it an enum and say like tile. Then right here, returns serialized objects. And this is where we pass the generic down. Is that how we do that? Yeah, that's how we do that. Serialized object to JSON. Not assignable to the same property and serializable object tile JSON. Yes, because we need the type. Type is a tile. Hmm? Oh. Okay, wait, am I doing this right? Of T turns T. I think that's right. Because this has to, wait, no. Extends. How do we say this? I think like that. Yeah. So now if we do this, then it gives an error. Type is missing. Brilliant. Okay. I don't know what I was doing there, but I think we got this all right. Type is a tile. I'll have it lowercase, because why not? Okay, we're getting close, I think. Back to handler. So if it's an instance of serializable object, import type serializable object. Serializable object. Okay. How it's being used as a value. I don't know how runtime instance of works. That looks right. I don't know what's does not exist on collision object. Hmm. We're basically saying anything that can be sent over the WebSocket, send it over. Which obviously we won't want that logic later, but for now, anything that can be sent over, send it over. But yeah, I don't know what the issue is here. It says language model unavailable. Let's open chat. How do I set the language model? I don't know. First to a type, but is being used as a value here. I want to just go like this. Might have to paste this into ChatGPT. View problem. Let's copy this bad boy. Copy this bad boy. And then copy this bad boy. Copy it down to here. Okay, it's a compile time only thing. That makes sense. Custom type guard. Is serializable object unknown. Object is serializable object. Serialized objects return. Type of object equal is an object. It's not all null. It has two JSON, which is a function. I don't really think that's what I'm looking for. Maybe. We're just gonna say if it's a tile for now. Instance of tile. Yeah, that's good. Let's try this once more. In the house. Let's look around. I gotta rejoin. Hit tiles. Okay, we're getting it. Tile with the index. With the point. So we don't really need to send the index to the front end, do we? But it would be nice to send the distance. Wow, it's T, not D. That's right. Back on front end. WebSocket. Now we should get the message hit. Wait, toJSON didn't seem to be working. Tile. Or it's just saying the structure is null. Which we don't want that either. Boom, no hits. Hitting tiles. Or maybe my screen's just not big enough. No. Type is tile. Point. X, Y, C, T. Oh. Yeah, let's say this. Say something like that. Now back on front end. Looking at dot, could say tile dot structure name. It'd be nice to share these types between the front end and the back end. I think we might actually be able to do that if I import. I think we could do that with Hono. Actually, go to WebSocket, say client. Maybe not. I don't know if there's a way to do that with Hono, but we won't worry about that for now. We'll just sure now hit could be anything. Let's try this. Let's actually link it. I need to get the types to go from the like one shared truth of types in this project from the back end. That would make coding the front end a lot more robust and easier. Yeah, here we go. 876-846. Are we linked? Showing the map. Map pointer. Hey, look at that. Looking at undefined. So it did change something. Just looking at none. Very nice. Okay, what's in this hits tile dot structure? Oh, easy fix. Boom. Looking at empty tile. Looking at none. These are all empty tiles. Pretty neat. Now I think, let's see. I think we should, we are so close to being able to make it so you can actually place. We could probably get that within 30 minutes. We should make it so you can place, I don't know. Well, all we have to do is for empty tile, open a GUI. Then be able to look around on the GUI and click a button that says place building. That should be really easy to implement, I think. It's like there was some earthquakes in Venezuela. Dang. Some big, big earthquakes happened in Venezuela. Scary stuff. Okay, next step. So when we use the pointer to look at a tile, we'll have it open the screen, and then when we use the arrow, we'll be able to click a building to spawn on that tile. So yeah, that's the next step. Just thinking about how to do that real quick. Just thinking ahead a little bit so we can get it. So just make the code a little bit more versatile or abstracted, I guess, to be able to use it for the actual game. Oh, you know what we never did? When it runs the commands for, see here, structure. No, not that structure. We can delete this now though, I think. Yeah. When it does blueprint, spawn blueprint, we need to say pause a dot center on block. Those are just minor issues. We'll probably do that with position as well. That'll just help a little bit, even though the bot probably won't have physics, but okay. Yeah, let's just start with the GUI, I guess. Hopefully this doesn't take long because it is getting late, but I think we should be able to crack this out pretty fast. GUI. So just underneath the looking at label, we're gonna have a new container. Called buildable buildings. House, farm, lumber, mill, quarry, mine, barracks, archery range, stable, workshop. We could add actually some of those in the game, but buildable buildings container, new container. With height auto can be column. It'll actually be a grid. Oops. Gerd. And then let's just say cons. Just gonna fill these for now. Just gonna fill these with dummy values and see how they look for a moment. But yeah, back to the main page. Gotta set GUI to 1, I believe. Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty bad. Should be grid layout. If we do row, grid. I don't know what's the issue there. So we're setting the X and Y. No. Say auto size is true. See here, we're getting. What if we just say house, farm, and barracks? Set a background color. To deep red. I think in renderer we need to. It's kind of janky what I did earlier, but shit might be in GUI. I don't know, somewhere. Where is it? All the way here at the bottom, I think. So we're doing. Oh, it's in panel. That's right. Just kidding. I think it's in. Oh yeah, it's actually in screen. I lied. You turn on debug mode. Debug mode, not mood. What am I talking about? Okay, I think the grid width. Grid can't have auto height and width because that doesn't really make sense. We just say like a width of. I don't know, width mode will be fixed. The height mode, that can indeed be auto or as full. I know auto, how does that work again? I went through and I kind of learned how this works. All right, auto does that. Okay. So we're gonna say, I guess, how does the grid work? I didn't go through see how the grid works for the container class. The grid, it does two, okay, that makes sense. It does two passes where first it checks the heights of everything and then it places them. That makes sense. There's a certain amount of columns, but all split equally. So the grid won't be automatically sized. I guess that makes sense. So we say like width 200. Yeah. It might be better to have our own grid widget, honestly, because it doesn't work the same as row and column. Because auto width. I guess we specify how many columns the grid has to use. So width, let's say columns. Say 4. Now width mode can be auto, I think. Yeah, I don't know how I did it. We'll just not use a grid. We'll actually we'll do column, but instead of using a grid, or instead of having grid, I'm just gonna actually say to do reconsider grid layout or moving it to set. Momentarily remove grid from there. See, now I have an error though. Anyways, back to HUD UI. Oh, we can remove this felt thing. HUD UI. There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna use a column for that. Then we could add all of our buildings. House, farm, barracks, archery range, stable. Okay, the actual real buildings. Actually, let's just do house and farm because those are both gonna be actual buildings in the game. So yeah, house and yes. Now, when those are clicked, we just want to basically send back a packet to the backend saying place building here. And then it'll just do whatever they're raycasting. Technically, we don't need to go all the way to the front and render the GUI and see what button they clicked. We could render GUIs on the back end. That could be a latency optimization. Or we could have like some basic I don't know, just some basic GUI thing that's shared between the front and back end. Okay, if we bring all this GUI code to the back end, but only the rendering part to the front end, that would be good. Anyways, that would actually help a decent amount with latency, I think. Well, only like 100 milliseconds to the backend server, but I don't know, for a game, it might be good. But this is a very simple way to do it for now. On left click, let's say WebSocket. Let's send some messages. I don't even think we... Yeah. Export function. Send build. Send building placement. Building type. Shrink. Really easy stuff. Type. Place building. Building type. Okay, back to HUD UI. Of course, we'll have like, again, a single source of truth for all the buildings later. This is really just like basic scaffolding of if it's even possible to do. Anyways, on left click, building, send building placement of building. Nice. Gonna import that though. Okay, so we'll send the building placement when those are hovered and then clicked. Very cool. Can you even make it play a little sound? So now we go to the back end. In packet protocol, packet handler. Not handler. See, where are we doing WebSocket again? Ah, right here. So on message, we don't even have this set up. But we could do the whole packets thing again, make a new protocol and everything. But that would take too long for me. At least I'll do it off stream. But I'll copy similar to what we have here. We'll have like bot bound. We'll have a packet being sent. I'll rename it from bot bound packet to I don't know, like packet from house or something. From housing. Because our backend right now is like a middleman between the Chrome browser and the housing in-game. So we're actually gonna have 4 packets moving between each one. Or like 4 directions, like from housing to housing, from the back end to the front end, from the front end to the back end. So it's a lot. But I guess already in, not in player, but WebSocket session, we have these send messages. Oh yeah, on message. Oh wait, we already have it here. Oh, this was just another WebSocket test. I don't even think, yeah, I don't even think this gets ran. I think I can just delete that. Looks like we already do have it here. Oh yeah, because linking, we have to send it back. We got to send the link data back. Place building. Basically, session manager. Get session. Say get session by WebSocket. I know that doesn't make sense. We need to get ID. Get ID. Get ID by session. Because I think every session should have a player ID. That makes sense. Wait, no. If you join the website, yeah. If you join the web, if you go to the website, it'll open a session, but you might not be linked. So given a WebSocket context, or undefined. And undefined should actually just say null. I wish in JavaScript they had like types that could return a result or nothing. I think in TypeScript, wait. TypeScript, none, or result. I think in TypeScript there is that. Yeah, you could do like a result type. Find user. Yeah, result types. I guess we can do that, but maybe we'll add that in later. I just want to say null here. See, is that messing with anything? If I change that to null, I guess doing a check for undefined and null is pretty similar. Anyways, back to here. Get ID by the session. I don't know if this works like this, where if we say if session.websocket equals WebSocket, but it might. Hopefully. Housing ID the session entries. Oh, let's just make the other WebSocket to session. Yeah. Now after filling connection, we gotta do the same. Session. That becomes session and do the other way around. Okay. Remove by socket. You might want to say, yeah, get this session. And then basically do if they have see, how would we do this? If session.player. Yeah, like that. Good. Remove by player ID. Gotta get the session, delete both. Yeah, so if there's a player ID, there's always a There should always be a session. Anyways, back to where we were. Like all those cases. Where was that? I think it's just in WebSocket. Yeah, here we go. Okay, place building. Get session by WebSocket. Now we want to get the player. We probably want to set player looking at as a, or I guess I wouldn't be looking at me. Whatever tile they have clicked on. We could say like tile opened. But it'd be helpful to have what they're looking at as well. Yeah, I'll just say tile. Or no, we'll say looking at as an array of what did we call it? Collision objects. And selected tile can be either a tile or nothing. Awesome. Now we want to say date looking at list of their collision objects and then update selected tile. So import tile. Okay, on back at packet handler. If player, we want to say player dot update looking at with update looking at with it objects. Right? Oh wait, no, with just hits. Well, I guess looking at we could have these as collision objects, or we could have them as raycast points. Probably raycast points would be better. I mean ray hits. Because then we have the point, actual point that index the distance. Anyways, looking at hits, that looks good. And then also down here on clicked, we want to say player. Another thing we want to say is if player dot get looking at dot, let's implement that real quick. Get looking at, just return it, just a getter. Dot thinking about how to do this. Let me open up. It's like no one has chat. It's been 6 hours though. We're 6 hours in. think we're gonna do a little let's see, map pop. Basically wanna get looking at, we want another method for get first looking at. I'll probably rename it from looking at that. I just realized now that's kind of goofy. If player, so if they are looking at, if they do have a first thing and it's a tile, then we get the tile and then we say if the tile has a tile. And we say if the tile is a structure okay, if the tile structure dot name I'll add a little to do saying this first. Maybe we won't go off name, I don't know. Now here we just gotta say send a message. Okay, wait, that's only we gotta put that in session. We gotta say select a tile. Just getting player dot set select a tile to the tile. But if their selected tile is an empty tile, we want to say set screen. They call it set or open. See, this is the thing that would be helpful to have autofill. Set screen to the screen ID of 1. Pretty simple stuff. I actually just like having my objects inlined like that. It's just less space, and my monitor's wide enough. Okay. Now if the tile structure is the void tile, actually we just won't have that for now. Okay, set screen to screen ID of 1. Yeah, we have the tile updated there. What we're actually trying to do was WebSocket.ts place building. We need to get the player by saying session.player. if return. But yeah, let's get the player ID. Game get player by housing ID. Oh wait, no, I think session, yeah, session player is already the object we want. So we're just gonna say player. Where are we redeclaring this? Ooh, didn't break from this last case. We want to do that. That's the risky thing with using switch cases. Gotta make sure you break out of them. Okay, why is this on a different? Oh, this whole thing is bumped up one. We have this break here. Just change it to if else. Else if message type is place building. Is that what we called it? I swear that's not what we called it. Oh, it is. I think we called it build building in the GUI. That's fine. We're just cramming out so many lines of code that they're all terrible quality and I can't even remember what I'm writing. Okay. Here we go. And then just say else. Unknown message. I think this could crash it if they send a certain message. Right. Now we say let's player. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, now I get their selected tile. I'll just change these to all be getters and setters. I guess those are updated because those are tracked values. Would show the last update. In my selected tile. Could make a whole new GUI that doesn't show the food and stuff for building. But we don't need to do that right now. I was just thinking about that because I saw we generated this line of code, which is like they don't have a selected tile, but they should if they have this GUI open, but you know, they generally should. Okay. Game dot No, we basically want to say game dot game map set tile, the whatever tile they have. As we could say set tile to a new tile, give it a structure. We're getting close. Selected tile dot just kidding, you want to say like game. Place building. I don't know, I don't know if we do this in the game class. Basically player selected tile, building type. This would probably be a bad spot to do it, but we'll just add it. So after tick, we'll say place building player tile of type tile and the building type as a string. If tile.structure.name. Okay, basically we need to make a new tile, get the coordinates for it and stuff, and place it. If building type equals house, then we'll place a house. Otherwise, if it's a farm, we'll place a farm. We say set structure on those tiles, and then we actually want to place the building. Place the blueprint. I mean, so say structures. Structure of house. Structure of farm. Might be better to just straight up make a new tile. And then yeah, that makes sense. No, we shouldn't make a new tile. Okay, set structure. Then we have set place blueprint as well. Okay, but back to place building. Set to the house structure, farm, set to the farm structure. Then here we actually want to get the blueprint called default and set the, and then say blueprint dot spawn blueprint. We could have spawn blueprint on the tile. All right, now let's just say, I'm gonna paste that in real quick. Back to tile, we want to say, or just want to say like get placement position, and that's just like the minimum is where we want to place things generally, I think. Positive X, negative Z. Ooh, okay. So we want to place things positive X, negative Z. Good catch. Okay, wait, what was it again? Positive X, negative Z. So min X. Just kidding. We want to place on max X. Let's min Z. On the floor. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll try. Okay, back here, spawn blueprint, tile dot get placement position. Then we want to say, this is a promise, we want to say dot then, and then we could say set place to blueprint error spawning blueprint. That seems good. But we want to actually go back to the blueprint. I remember what the double A double B was going to be for. I think that was in tile. That's what, I think that was just this, what we were going to put into blueprint instead of tile though, but we figured it out. Because tile represents a place structure or just any structure. Whether the player or the game placed it. Okay, anyways, right here, we need to return Return, promise, error, or success. Success. We need to return a success or an error. So we need to basically just do this, I think. Looks about right. Ah, but we're not waiting for these. I think we need to wait for all these. Wait. Yeah, that makes sense. We could have a spawn blueprint synchronous function too, which just queues all the things and then either does or doesn't return an error. But then anyways, back here we could, I guess this is async now. It doesn't have to be because we could just use dot then here, which is fine. We'll just keep it. I think we're good. I think we have everything, but we just need to add the actual structures. So let's do that. Let's say a house structure and a farm. And let's go make those blueprints. And these are just called default. Let's go make those blueprints though. I'm just gonna put them up here. We just need a 9x9. Oh, here's a perfect spot to do it. What do you know? Oh, you know what? We might need, if we're gonna have the checkerboard pattern still, we'll need to add like even one more variation of each tile or each structure, which will be annoying because we'll have to double the variations. Or we could just have it turned to grass. But then you can't really see the tiles after you place stuff. I don't know. Oh, I was thinking about making structures like not be attached to tiles. That could be a better way to do things. Because then you could have like arbitrary distances between things. But in terms of opening up the tiles, I think we'll definitely be opening it tile by tile. So you need to have some sort of tile system because this is called 784 right there in the title. Yeah, let's like make a little farm. Oh yeah, it's in tools now. Here's the base farm tile. Pretty snazzy. Grab some seeds. Okay, brilliant. Now, house tile as well. But yeah, I was coding this whole thing in mind, like each tile will have a structure tied to it. But that might not necessarily be true. One tile could have multiple structures and whatnot. So I'll make those changes after off stream. Should be pretty easy since we have like 90% of the code. But we want to be able to place like a farm, for example, on any arbitrary X or Y. I think that would make the game a lot more fun if you weren't restricted to certain size buildings or certain size, you know. Or a certain size, whatever. Certain distance between. I'm like thinking several thoughts in my head of what I'm gonna do next and when I'm talking, so. And it's getting late, I'm getting tired, so I'm just rambling. Okay, this will be the house. It's kind of like a castle house. Okay. That helps me get the coordinates a little bit faster. 97 to 33, negative 25. And it shouldn't matter if it should automatically set the minimum and maximum for us. Okay, good. There's our house. And the blueprint for the farm. Ooh, we might need to specify if it's like, it needs to have a double paste. That could be important. Actually include this here. We won't consider it now, but 97, 233, negative 16, 89, 234, negative 8. Okay. This should work, actually. Like, actually, everything should work. It's all connected up. We'll see. If I click with my arrow, it should, we'll see. We'll reset everything. And we'll rejoin, we'll refresh. Here, we'll keep our consoles open. They're going to be spammed, but fingers crossed this works. We'll start by linking 428 538. Okay. All packet slots are full. Uh-oh, Sir Hex left. I think Sir Hex crashed. Oh yeah, timed out. Oh, sometimes it bugs out. We gotta do that again. We gotta fix random bugs like that before we get too far in this project. Or development is really gonna slow down. Okay, let's link. Good. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, so Hax is totally about to timeout again. Oh, player.set location's not function. Oh, okay. Okay, when we renamed it, it didn't rename it everywhere. Oh, where even is that? Or no, I think it did, I just didn't save it. Yeah, we just gotta make sure all the files are saved. I'm gonna close all. Make sure they're save. There we go. That was the stupid little bug. It just doesn't autosave when you... It doesn't autosave files when you like rename things across files. I don't know, my VS Code must be broken. Anyways, this is an easy code, 499493. Boom, we linked. Okay, that's working there. If we look around, okay, good. I'm looking at empty tile. Let's just place like back here, you know? So let's click there. Make sure we clicked. Now let's set it to a house. Ooh. Oh, okay. When I moved my cursor to click on something, it changed my selected tile, I think. I know. It should only select a tile when I click. Did it? Is that what I did? Yeah, down here, player clicked. Empty tile. Wait, let's see if it works like where it sets the screen. Yeah, it sets the screen when I click on a tile. Okay, there we clicked farm. Let's actually go and let's reduce the send location packet. Yeah, for arrow, let's reduce this to like every 0.75 seconds, we'll say. Okay, clicking should select a tile. Set our screen. And now if we set it to a house. Okay, we need to quickly comment out a few things that are just spamming. Game place building. I need to add some comments in here. Player dot name. Add the logger. Okay, fingers crossed this works. It shouldn't have said code not found, I feel like. Anyways. Click on the tile. Then let's build it to a house. I click that multiple times. Player, I'm just placing a house on tile. 26-3. Let's try that again. Five, 3, 6, 0, 1, 2. Okay. Boom. I feel like, yeah, looking at empty tile. Good. So if I go up to house, I click place house. Ooh, we got an error. Good, good. Ooh, cannot read properties undefined. Reading get blueprint. Okay, good. Here's the error. I forgot I auto-generated this. Basically, we just need to say blueprint like this. And then we just need to do that instead of this. Neat. Yeah, I gotta be careful with looking through every single line of code. It does help me be faster, but gotta be really careful with checking all the code. All these easy codes, we're getting like triple fours. So 1 in 100 chance. 1 in 1,000 chance. Okay, I'm gonna click on this tile right here. We're gonna go up here, we're gonna click, oh, it's so slow when you set to 0.75. We're gonna click house. Let's see what that said. Oh, I don't think we ever got it. Let's try it again. So slow. Click house. Just gonna click it multiple times. Okay, receive a message, place building. Structures. Default. That is the blueprint. Oh, we gotta do the blueprint ID, I think. For get blueprint, we gotta use not the name, the ID. Just added ID. It was already there, but that was weird. Ooh, I just renamed it. That's what I did. That's why I did. That's why that happened. Should still have name. Well, blueprint would make sense to just have an ID because those are all auto-generated. Or they should be auto-generated. Okay. Link code. I always get like 3 of the same digit in the link codes. Okay, here we go. We're looking at these, so it should change the GUI. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, I did that. I changed it. Anyways, we click on the tile. Click on this tile. Now, come up here, we click house. Please work. It did not work. Okay, one thing we do need to fix is in handler. If we receive a if we click on a tile, we want to set the screen. Something's broken in here. Basically, get first looking at yeah, that should work. I think oh, it is doing that. Yeah. Just if we click on it. Now, if we click that a few times. Place building, house. If we're getting all the way to place building. Oh, I think the issue is the second it receives the click, it's coming through here. Or no, wait. I think the arrow is also doing raycasting. So we just need to say like, if they right click, if they're looking at a tile and they right click the tile, then we set it. Then that would be a pretty easy fix there. Okay, we got this. We got this. After we get this and it works, because it's about to work, we'll end the stream. 139,887. It's getting very late. And no one's even watching, so. Okay. Right click the tile. Okay, first we gotta go to map. Map. Okay. Arrow. So if we left click, no results. If we right click, changes it. If we go up here and we build house, it should build the house. We're so close there. I already don't know why it would be not doing anything. Like, that's actually crazy. Because right here we say place building. We're getting all the way to here in this function. We receive. Oh, I think this tile structure name is not equal to empty tile. I think. You have this name. Let's try that. Oh no, one of these I don't need to be refreshing. The other one I do. It'd be nice to not be able to need to refresh the backend every time. Anyways, this link. Boom. Okay, right click the tile. Come up here. Click the button. Quickly go off of it so no more. You selected a tile with the name empty tile at 26.2, which is where we're at. And then we have player diff is playing house. Building type equals house. I guess it's just not getting the blueprint. Yeah. We'll see what's up with that. 178,496. Right click. Left click. Scroll off. Blueprint to, oh, it's undefined. Okay, wait, we're not getting the blueprint. That's so weird. We go in for every blueprint in the blueprints. We check for the ID and then we return it. Super easy stuff. ID, name. Oh, here's the issue. Stupid me renamed it. I renamed it. There we go, we got it. This should work. This should fully work. Unless we get messed up the weights. But yeah. Let's try it. 15. Oops. Okay. 159,236. We link. We come here, we right click on a tile, and then we say set it to house. And a house just instantly spawns in. That's crazy. Oh, that's so good. Okay, then we right click on this tile, set it to form. Okay, wait. Oh, it worked. Right click this tile, set it to house. Oh, it's not clicking. Hold on. Boom. Oh, I don't know why I did it over there. That was crazy. Right click this. Let's set this one to a farm. That was a weird bug. But hey, that's good. That's exactly what we want. It seems to be off by 1. But that's easily fixable. Very neat. We just spawned in 2 farms and 2 houses, like just like that. Oh, that's so good. That's like the main mechanic in the game. Done. Not really done, but like possibly functional. Oh, that's so awesome. Now we gotta figure out how to do all the variations and, you know, like place them with rotations. If we want them to pick a rotation, we want to actually render 3D views of it, and all of that crazy stuff is going to be so difficult. We'll have to like have schematics get generated, and I guess that could be the next step is do we want to do schematics or 3D models is the question. Basically, we could get a schematic of every single blueprint when the bots are like a custom what do you call it? Or just like we'll do a script that says make blueprint schematics or something. And it'll just output a bunch of schematics, dot schematics for us. We'll copy those and we'll like copy those into the front end. Front end will load all the schematics. It'll do 3D rendering of them. I don't know how we're gonna do that. We might have to write it custom ourselves. But we need to figure out a lot of stuff doing that. But yeah. Then we'll 3D render an isometric view of the tile you're looking at. We could even have it send like live block data over. That could be a better way to do it. Like send them block data. Something, I don't know. Have it render a little isometric of the building you're looking at. And then custom GUIs for every building. Super cool. But yeah, we got that working. I think we're going to end the stream here. It's already been almost 7 hours. Thank you for tuning in, and